course, discuss the Belt and Road Initiative very often, but we may see this issue from a little different perspective. For example, one important newspaper covered this initiative, used several pages, and discuss, for example, the network expansion, the new blueprint for global governance, promoting political trust among different countries, also exploring new way for win-win cooperation, so on and so forth. And also, I know this in United States, in Boston University organized an international conference talk about the Belt and Road Initiative at 10. Many leading scholars participated in this conference, and also some of my friends over there. And in this process, we may find more and more publications from very different perspectives. For example, some discuss the Belt and Road Initiative, talk about the potential transportation of Central Asia and the South Caucasus, and also discuss the Belt and Road Initiative and discuss the future of the international order. Indo-Pacific. Of course, some scholars discuss the so-called legal problem. So there's a legal analysis of the Belt and Road Initiative, and also we may discuss the so-called global governance. So then, a very quite important question is that why there is this Belt and Road Initiative? How we promoted this initiative, and what will be the prospect? Now here, first I will give you a very important information about this one. You know, the Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed this initiative in 2013. Now here I introduce a very famous and very interesting scholar. So, of course, one of my friends, now working in Johns Hopkins University in Washington. Originally, he studied Japanese politics. And then he tried to study East Asia. And in 2012, that means just before Xi Jinping proposed this initiative, he published a very interesting book. The title is New Continentalism. After that, I invited him to Fudan campus, give a lecture, and of course, he give me this book, The New Continentalism. In this book, he developed some very interesting ideas, very similar to the Belt and Road Initiative. Okay? So that means you may find the whole picture or the basic background for Xi Jinping proposed this initiative. Even some scholars try to analyze the origin of such kind of initiative. Okay? And after that, first let me give you very basic information. The Belt and Road Initiative means first there is a economic belt, the above one, from China to Western Europe, through the Central Asia. Okay, and another one, the road means New Silk Road, from China to South China Sea, and then to Southeast Asia, to Indian Ocean, and to the Arabian Ocean, and to Mediterranean. Now, of course, to Africa, of course, to Kenya, to Mombasa, even to Niarobi. Okay, this is a very basic thing about this Belt and Road Initiative. And during the past decade, after the Xi Jinping proposed this initiative, first, we set up a very, very high-level leading group for this initiative. We try to promote the construction, promote the negotiation with many different countries along the Belt and Road. Okay, and then we established the very basic ideas about this Belt and Road Initiative, including 7 points. For example, the Belt and Road Initiative upholds the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefit. It also follows a sacred spirit of future peace and cooperation, openness and inclusiveness, mutual learning and mutual benefit. It focuses on policy coordination, connectivity of infrastructure, and promoting the trade, financial integration, and the closer people-to-people ties. Right? And then, during the past decade, we have done a lot just based on such kind of ideas. For example, first, we promoted policy coordination. During the past decade, we have already consulted with so many different countries, more than 150 countries, over 30 international organizations, and signed the agreements or some kind of the MOU, okay, so such kind of things, okay. And second, during this period, China organized the high-level Belt and Road Forum for international cooperation several times, invited the leaders and international organizations to Beijing. Chinese Xi Jinping discussed with so many high-level leaders and try to reach more agreement about this initiative. Okay. And in this initiative, one important key point is that we work together to build more infrastructure in different countries. You know, in China, there is a very, very famous sentence. I think the Tondo maybe know this one. In China, we say, 要想富，先修路. Okay? Yes. To be rich, build the road first. Just based on this spirit, this understanding, in the Belt and Road Initiative, we place great emphasis on such kind of things, on the infrastructure. Okay. So over these 10 years, we have endeavored to build a global network of connectivity consisting of the economic corridor, international transportation roads, and the information highways, as well as railways, roads, airports, ports, pipeline, and power grids. Great. Okay. You know this one? This is the railway from Mombasa to Niarobi. This is one very important project based on the Belt and Road Initiative. The Chinese company work together, of course, based on the agreement and consensus. Chinese company work together with the local governments, local companies to build this rail from Mombasa to Niarobi. Very, very famous. So I want to take this railway. And so of course, many others. And then the third one is promoting the trade relations with many different countries. Especially, we work together with some other countries to develop the so-called industrial and technological park. And if we want to build more infrastructure, financial support is important. So China work together with some international organization, with some other countries to develop, to set up several international financial framework to support this infrastructure building. Okay. Well, in this case, the most famous one is the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. Of course, we also set up some other. And the fifth one is to promote people-to-people relations. One, if we want to promote this Belt and Road Initiative, of course, we first should reach agreement, and we should discuss together. So now, the China work together with many universities, mass medias in other countries. Okay? So of course, our Fudan University also played a very important role. So we organized the International Belt and Roads Forum for several times. Okay. So in this sense, I myself participated in these discussions with so many scholars from the Belt and Road countries. Okay. So I think this is a very important initiative for peaceful development and economic cooperation, rather than a geopolitical or military alliance. It's also a process of open, inclusive, and common development. Okay. And finally, I want to introduce more about the opening speech by Chinese President Xi Jinping at the high-level Belt and Road Forum this year. No fun, just 2 to 3 years. So in this very important high-level forum, the Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed some more important measures. Okay, so this is a very important proposal for the future of this Belt and Road Initiative, okay? Including several key points. The first one, building multi-dimensional Belt and Road collective network. China will speed up high-quality development of the China-Europe Railway Express, particularly in the Trans-Caspian International Transport Corridor, host the China-Europe Railway Express Cooperation Forum, and make joint effort to build a new logistic corridor crossing the Eurasia continent. And second, supports an open world economy. China will establish a pilot zone for Silk Road e-commerce cooperation, enter into free trade agreements and investment protection treaty with more countries. And the third one, carrying out practical cooperation. China will promote both signature project and the small yet smart livelihoods program. And the fourth one, promoting green development. China will continue to deepen cooperation in areas such as green infrastructure, green energy, green transportation, and set up support for the Belt and Road Initiative International Green Development Coalitions. And the fifth, advancing scientific and technological innovation. And will continue to implement the Belt and Road Science, Technology, and Innovation Cooperation Action Plan, holding the first Belt and Road Conference on science and technology exchange, increase the number of the joint laboratories built with other parties. And six, supporting people-to-people exchange. And also the seventh, promoting integrity-based Belt and Road cooperations. Together with this cooperation partner, China will release the achievement in the prospect of building integrity building and high-level principles on building of the integrity building and establish integrity and the compliance evaluation system for companies. Okay, so this means that we look forward very much to the further development of this Belt and Road Initiative in the future. And also we welcome more countries, more peoples, more companies to join us to build this connectivity, this new network for the future world. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Prodipti. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much.
Hello?
Yeah. So that was a very good presentation on the Belt and Road. So Professor Prodipti provided some background on the initiative, the countries or the surface where the Belt and Road is covering, but also what's the outcome or what's the expectation from the Chinese government perspective. And he also mentioned that this is, a kind of perspective, something that was put in place by the President Xi Jinping. So I think from the media, from the Chinese perspective, we know that this matters a lot. But before, because we're running out of time, so just gonna ask if there is anyone who has a question on this initiative or from the presentation delivered by Professor Prodipti. Yes.
So much. Okay. Thank you so much for this informative presentation. My name is Melike from UCL, and I'm a geographer by professional, and I'm doing my research on geopolitics. Of course, my main focus is not BRI, but I have a question in regards to the future of the investment coming from BRI. Because what I see in the literature that, especially this SGR project, it was the biggest since the independence. It was the biggest infrastructure project for Kenya. But unfortunately, just after the COVID, we see a kind of decrease in terms of decrease of like investment and also funds coming from China under this really special project. And my question is, are we going to see a kind of increase in terms of investment flow coming from China to African countries in the second decade? Or was it just special for the first decade so that you can have a good advertising in the world? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Jesse Rodenbecker from Princeton University. Short question. You mentioned in one of your slides that BRI has the potential to reconfigure global governance. I want to invite you to talk more about how you see the BRI reconfiguring global governance. Thanks.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Prof. It's a comment and just perspective. It's the way the people from China undertake their projects. So even as you explain about this one, probably what we'd want to learn is the motivation. Where do you get this motivation? Does it come from the government format, or does it come from a personal motivation, willingness to do better? Because I think that is what lacks in our countries. In some of our countries, how do you get so motivated that you will build things that are not there, new things and so on? Thank you.
Questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I'm Hippolyte Etende, urban planner. My question is about financial instruments that support the ring belt initiatives. How we know in our countries, we know the Exim Bank, but we do not know exactly how it does function. So can you explain? Can you explain to us, is a Chinese government financing, subsidizing, or lending money to states? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So many questions. Thank you all. One more. Okay.
Session was amazing, Professor. And I have one concern. I don't know if it's, I should put it as a question or just a concern or a comment. It's up to you. You don't need to put it. Since I was very young, in most of countries, when it comes to building roads and those big highest hotels and those nice stuff, mostly I just see Chinese. They're always implied. I've never seen like only Black people doing that. Like even in South Africa, you always see 2 or 3 Chinese, right? And since now we are talking about helping financially, helping some of African countries financially to build the roads, that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. It's a good gesture. But there's a saying that says, if I give you fish for one day, I'll feed you for one day. But if I teach you, if I show you how to catch fish, I'll be feeding you for the rest of your life, right? Since China has that good intention of helping us build our cities, our road, why can't, okay, is there a way that they can make it easier also for young Africans who may want to be engineers? Because we can see even when they're building some metro rides, the Africans are just there to help. Few of them are engineers, maybe 1 or 2, but those who are highly qualified are Chinese. Since you are willing to help, how else can you help those young guys who cannot afford to pay for a visa or for a flight ticket or for the studies in China? How do you help us to count on ourselves? Because you don't have to come and build for us every day. You can teach us also how to do that. Because I'm pretty sure in China, you just do it your own. You don't need help from anyone. How can we also improve and one day say we are building for us? We don't need China anymore. We're doing this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Really? So there's we may collect more questions. So I think time is very limited. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So many different questions. First, I want to talk about the financial support. Okay. I talk about some company leaders of the major bank in China. Now China has always worked together with many foreign countries and international organizations to establish the financial framework to support such kind of the big project overall. Not only the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, but also this bank worked together with some other bank. For example, the Asia Development Bank, originally supported by Japan. So that means our financial system also become more and more internationalized. So this is a very good thing to say. Okay. The first. And the second, about the global governance, right? Global governance. In this process, when we promoted Belt and Road Initiative, we tried to establish some new framework for the global governance. That means first we discuss and negotiate with some international organization and some foreign countries, of course, the government or the representative of foreign government, and reach some agreements and signed some memorandum. Okay, that means case by case, specifically on some project. Okay, and then we can work together to do something. So here, the very important. That means we build more infrastructure for better development in every different countries. So I think this is a totally new relation among the different countries. Right? So, I remember last year, the G7 leaders had a summit, and they tried to propose a new framework to compete with this Belt and Road Initiative. But I just checked. Unfortunately, no any progress. But in this, the so-called B3, building back better proposed by the G7 leaders. No any substantial progress. But China has done a lot in this Belt and Road Initiative. We invest a lot, we discuss a lot, and we build a lot, including the railway between Mombasa and Nairobi, and also including the highway in Nairobi. Okay? I came here and I see this beautiful highway. I'm so proud of it. And also, I heard many local citizens are praising such kind of project. Right? So I think this is a totally new relations and a new global governance based on the win-win situation. Okay? And the third point about the point mentioned by this lady, I discussed with many people. We now promote the emerging infrastructure developments in different countries. So of course, China sends some companies, send some engineers, but at the same time, we also recruit many local people, work together, and then they can learn with each other. And that means in this process, we have already provided some technique, provide some skill, training, provide some so-called demonstration, the effect. Okay, so I think more and more the local people will feel this is important. Just now I mentioned the very famous sentence in Chinese, right? To be rich, build the road first. So that means in Africa and also in some other countries, more and more people realize that to build more beautiful roads is very, very important for the better development, especially for the local life. Right? And anything else? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, for the thing, and my apologies, running ups and downs, so just trying to organize the next panel. So, but I think the number of questions that we have also shows the so which is very good, but and also I think it helps to understand what the perspective in terms of that. But if I may ask you, that's what actually the question that very quickly, many people or many countries accuse China of kind of dominance in terms of, I mean, like trying to play with the Belt and Road as a political way to dominate or maybe to, confirm its power rather than having others. That's one question. I mean, on the other hand, I would say, well, this is a lot of money spending, but it actually doesn't have countries because countries are finding themselves with a high level of debt, and then it's becoming a problem. So this kind of discussion has been heard also here in Kenya, for example, say, as you say that the railway, from Mombasa, Nairobi, which is good, but in the meantime, it's not just about it's financing, right? It's not just it's not aid, financial aid, but it's just that comes with some interest, paying payment, and countries can be in a very financial difficulty to repay that. So how do you address this concern based on the experience?
all
Because
the
you say that you've had a lot of conversation in terms of that, 7 at Fudan University. So do you buy that, or do you think that just
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Very important questions. First of all, I think many Belt and Road projects are based on the agreement and the consensus. Just emphasize. First, we try to discuss with many foreign countries and the international organizations. And then first we signed agreement. If you have enough motivation, if you want to do something, for example, build a road, build a railway, build a port, and then we can do it together. If you need help, we may provide some kind of help, including the financial support. Okay, so in this sense, I think the Belt and Road Initiative has nothing to do with the so-called dominance. We based on the very equal people-to-people discussions. Okay, if you want to do, we do together. If you want to promote some project, we can do together. If you have any such kind of project in your mind, we may do some other things. Okay, so this is the first one. And another one about the finance. In this conference, we discussed the finance. Finance is important. Okay, but in the process of promoting Belt and Road Initiative, Belt and Road project, so we have already established the financial framework for this Belt and Road Initiative based on the international standard, okay? And also work together with the international monetary organizations. Okay, this is the first one. And then China provides financial support in some cases. If the local authority, local government needs Chinese help, and we may provide some financial support. Also, based on the international custom or international standard. Usually, I think the China export bank, important export bank, yes, provide some help. So we lend some money. Not big donation, not donation. Based on the standard international business rule. And then you may have some interest or some means to return. Yeah. So this is the really international standards business rule. Okay. If some foreign countries cannot, and then we may discuss some new framework, okay, based on discussions, based on negotiation, based on compromise. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I think this is especially on the, refinancing. So this is a very good point because I personally also worked for the bank before. So I know that standard business is, you need to be able, when you want to get a loan, or maybe in terms of either your business or personal loan. So you need to show the level, of your capacity of, your income, so that the bank can see whether or not you're able to do that. That level, I mean, that's also plays even in terms of nations, in terms of, so sometimes nation will say, okay, we able to collect taxes in the next 5 years, so up to this level, especially like Sammy was saying. So you may do some projection in terms of income, collection. So, and then if you don't meet that, that can be a problem for cities or for countries. But still, you can renegotiate, the loans or what we call usually refinancing. So, that's can be rediscussed. But overall, the common people may not be able to understand that. So when they see there's a collapse or countries are not able to reimburse the money, then it becomes a problem. So thank you very much, Professor Kodimpi. So I know that you've taken so much time than I anticipated. So what I was doing actually behind the scenes just to make sure that can reshuffle some of the panels so that we can be on time. So the panel that actually supposed to be after this one, we're going to do it next tomorrow so that we can still, be on time. Otherwise, we'll be very over time. So I have spoken with the panelists on this. This one, the next one is supposed to be panel number 2. And this panel number 2 will be held tomorrow. So right now we're going to move to panel number 3, which will be chaired by Laura from the UN Habitat. So, and then the presenter for this panel will be Herman, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. So Herman Pienaar and Pina Kadwe. So my apologies if my very bad pronunciation. So, and then we also have Shubin Bai from Tsinghua University. Then we have Professor Jelio and Doreen Negesa. So I'm going to call these panelists to come on the stage for the next panel. And thank you very much, Professor. So, okay, can give him an applause. Yeah. Good. So, Herman. Okay, perfect. So I was looking for your presentation, but couldn't find it. So yes, good, no worries. So, and then Yushin Bai, I do have your presentation, right? So you can come on stage. And Doreen and Professor Jelio, please, I invite you to the stage, and then I'm gonna find oh, she's coming. Okay, perfect. But in the meantime, please come to the stage. These are your pamphlets. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you very much. Sorry, I was in a sort of urgent thing happening on the side. So I'm happy to introduce the session, the panel number 3, which is going to cover the core issue of this conference, but providing us some insights on real tools and real experiences that can be utilized to crack a little bit the very complex issue of financing urban development, and in particular sustainable urban development. So I will, without too much other time spent, I would like to ask Herman, Pinar, and Pinar Chagling, who are both working with UN Habitat. I don't know, is Pinar online? No, she cannot. Okay, so Herman will cover both roles. So Herman is working with UN Habitat. He's heading the Urban Planning Lab, which is based here in our headquarters, and is actually the most, let's say, structured facility that we have within UN Habitat to provide support to cities to translate, to create, develop plans and translate them into actual action on the ground and implementation and investment. So he will speak from his experience on that. Herman, I presented very briefly this morning about Johannesburg Spatial Development Framework. Herman was heading the strategic planning within Johannesburg Municipal Council at the time of that work. So is the person to go into the depth of those type of approaches.
Thank you very much, Laura. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. And what I'm presenting is more from a practitioner view in terms of spatially informed capital investment planning. And I'll explain what it is that we mean by that, how that sort of changes the way that capital investment planning can be done at a city or a regional or a neighborhood level for cities. And that it just changes the way in which we do planning and the way that financial decisions are made about capital investment at the end of the day. So just in terms of a background, I think the investment in cities are really important because how we invest in cities will determine how successful these cities would be, how sustainable and resilient they would be, and to what extent we can localize the SDGs. Now, globally, subnationally, there's about $1 trillion that gets invested subnational into capital every year. Of that, about what's the number there? 314 billion is in developing countries. And it is clear that developing countries have a far higher per capita investment in capital than developing countries. And so they're lagging behind. And they also have the largest urbanization that's happening. So there's a key issue that needs to be addressed in terms of how efficient that investment would be. And it's estimated that until 2030, $2.4 trillion will be misappropriated in that process. It's a lot of money to go to waste. And the idea with this spatially informed capital investment is that it becomes a lot more focused and that it becomes a lot more efficient within these cities. So why do we think it's so important? And it's really the fact that cities need to be able to transform to become more sustainable and resilient. And if we don't invest in a way that makes them resilient, then it simply won't happen. And if one look at this picture of saying, how can a city transform? It's really important to also have an area-based perspective on it. Because what happens within a particular area and the combination of different projects and investment in an area is what creates urban value. And we define urban value as both social, natural, environmental, and capital. Right? So it helps with the funding, but it also helps with all the other issues as well. And it's the combination of these projects in the same location and in an area base that support each other and creates that urban value. So that's an important concept to just keep in mind. What we've seen is the major problems in terms of this disconnect on and inefficient infrastructure spending is basically that there's a lack of integrated approaches that links the planning that gets done to the actual decisions that gets made for investment at the end. There's a lack of intergovernmental coordination. In developing countries, a lot of development happens through intergovernmental grants or
through national government or regional governments investing directly into local areas, and there's not a good coordination of that. There's also a lack of sectoral integration. Transportation people go in one way, water and electricity goes in another way, and even the social services are disconnected in a way. There's limited success in localizing the SDGs because there isn't a coherent approach that follows that, and the developing country context is different from developed country context, and one needs to take that into consideration as well. So one of the key problems is prioritization. The demand for funding, for capital, and the needs are just far higher than what the available funding is, both from the public and the private sector. And therefore, one needs to prioritize. And we've seen that in that prioritization system, it is absolutely flawed in many cases in municipalities of how the prioritization happens. And we're trying to say, well, if we do a more evidence-based prioritization and a more spatial-based prioritization, we can remedy some of those decisions. And the key issues is that there's three main areas that needs to be considered. The maintenance of current infrastructure, dealing with backlogs within the system, and then look at future capacity that needs to be created for future development. And people underestimate this. Between 60 and 80% of developing countries, the city's budget is for maintenance. It's not for new projects. You need to look after your own infrastructure. And the more spread out it is, the more sprawling the city is, the more cost ineffective that is. So it's an important aspect. The other issue is that plans and master plans, in this case, it's the master plan of Semarang in Indonesia that I'll use as an example, are forward-looking. They're long-term plans, but they're also a bit too wide to really direct capital investment, because you can actually do anything related to this plan anywhere, and it sort of spreads things out too much to be effective. It's not effective to guide capital investment. And when you look at capital budgets formulated in that city, there's a total divergence from the plan at the end of the day. And we're trying to correct that with spatially targeted investment. How do we use space as a solution for this? Firstly, in terms of sectoral integration, once all these evidence pieces of where are the deficits for power, where are the deficits for water and sewer and roads, and also for things like health facilities, schools, social facilities, sports facilities. If we understand where those deficits are, and all these different sectors understand, we start to get a better idea and a coherence in terms of the approach of how to deal with it. Also, this intergovernmental integration that I spoke of, the minute you put things in space and on a map, national government can see where it happens, where their project is, and where their projects are misaligned to the strategy of the city. One can at least have a decent discussion between these different levels of government as well. Also, for donors and private sector, once there's clarity about where the investment is going from the public side, usually it gets followed up far better with the private sector and donors. So it's to provide clarity. And I think the key issue here is that when we look at capital investment planning, we're not looking at project and financial decisions on its own. It starts here with planning. Sorry, that's way too far. Let's go back. Okay. It starts on this side. Yeah. It starts at the beginning of a planning process, of the urban planning process. And we have set out that process in very detail in a product called Our City Plans, and you can Google it and watch that. But to summarize that, it has three main components. The first component is firstly understanding the city, and that's got to do with evidence-based planning. We have an understanding of all of these different issues that later on becomes the input for the investment decisions as well. Secondly, to plan the city, and then thirdly, to transform the city. And it's only in that third part where you start to actually look at capital investment. But you need to understand that it leads to that, and that capital investment is actually linked to that. How you do that planning becomes important. And I think that's the key, where we need to translate the principles of the SDGs and the new urban agenda into practical plans. And so that if you do a plan that will result in sustainable outcomes and resilience, then it's a matter of implementing that plan. But these are the areas, and we've also developed indicators that structure it along these areas so that we become more inclusive, more compact, more vibrant within our cities, and deal with the resilience issues that are evident within these cities. If one do the plans like that and create the kind of evidence that I'll illustrate a little bit later, then if you look at point 4 and 5 there, then you start to get to the point of saying, now we can have an intelligent and coherent discussion about where the investment should happen and how the investment should actually happen. So as an example, just to make it practical for everyone, if we take the city, and these different blobs are all representations of where there are deficit areas or problem areas within the city. There's sprawling areas, there's areas where there's lack of water infrastructure, lack of social infrastructure within the city, but it provides a sort of broad understanding of where the issues are within the city. And I'll show you later how this evidence of the understanding gets brought back into the prioritization for capital projects. Then from that, based on that understanding, one can start to develop a spatial development strategy for the city that starts to look at how to compact the city, how to make it more inclusive, how to make it more connected, and start to build in public transit systems. Like that line over there is a new public transportation system that is proposed for this area to create compactness and density around these spines that already exist, and at the same time protect the vulnerable environmental areas. So then the next step is really to get down to say, okay, but what do you do? How do you implement these areas? And in Samarang's case, if I look at their project request for capital, it's all over the place, right? So everyone wants money to do something in terms of that broad plan that they've got. But it's not really strategically orientated. And the idea with this plan to overlay a more strategic plan over that long-term plan, then one is able to get a more strategic allocation of resources and say, well, where are the areas that we actually want to develop to create the structure within the city and start to invest in those areas, and you start to create the focus for investment. So how does it work in terms of prioritization? And please, I'm doing a very high level presentation here just to explain the concept. There's a lot more detail behind this, but we go on and use a multi-criteria system. And that multi-criteria system has got spatial data and spatial indicators and criteria attached to that, but also non-spatial criteria. And I'll go through it very quickly. So the infrastructure deficit areas that I've discussed before, that's one criteria. So if a project like water, a water project or a water tower or water network that needs to be put in, if that project is located and services an area that's been indicated as a deficit area for water, then it would score higher than a particular other area. Then on the spatial development priorities, that's another metrics that we try to measure and to say, well, if there's a key node that we've identified as a strategic area and a project contributes to that node, then it would score under that parameter. Then there's high level strategic and objectives. There's always more at a political level, and it's strategies like job creation or to get to zero carbon networks and things like that. That then gets evaluated, and it's basically saying, well, it contributes to that or not. So it's some of it is non-spatial, and then community impact is one that I'll illustrate as well to see which community are being affected by a particular project, and then also looking at the financial parameters around it. So to quickly illustrate that, just practically, here what you're looking at is the public space deficit map. So it's the amount of public space that's available per capita in this area. The dark orange areas are where there's a higher level of deficit. The lighter it goes, the less that deficit is. And if you then have two projects What did I do? Did I press the one? Sorry, I pressed the wrong one. So if you have two projects, they're both public space projects. But the area that it affects is that blue area, the star is where it's located. So the area that it services falls within a high priority area. And the other one from that side, the lower one there, is in a medium area. So the top one would score more in terms of that metric than the medium one, and both of them would score more than any project that's in any of the white areas. So that's how the spatial criteria basically works. Just to give you another example of that. This is more for the future development. So we want to develop these two major corridors there, and within that, we recommended that these sub-nodes needs to be developed as new centralities. There's lots of potential for intensification and densification there. And if you have, for instance, a substation that serves this yellow area, then it scores under, it contributes to that major node, it contributes to a minor node, whereas another project that services that area contributes to one of the sub-nodes, and contributes to one corridor. That one contributes to both corridors. So it would score under that corridor, it would score under that corridor, and under both of those nodes that it services, while this one doesn't. But both of them would score more for any project that falls outside of it. So that's just an idea of how the system operates. Obviously, these ones are non-spatial. It looks at the higher level strategic issues and just put it into the for completeness sake. And if one then look at the population that are being influenced, it works exactly on the same way. The bottom test is a density map of the city, and it once again look at how many people are affected by a particular project. And a project that serves 1,000 people versus 10 people will score more in that matrix as well. So that's the way that one can use the spatial matrix. And in this one, we've also dissected it in terms of current population and future projected population. And if you have the information, you can start to dissect for gender, for income, and for all of those. It's a really powerful tool in terms of deciding where the priority and which project should get priority. And of course, the financial measures in terms of really testing about the financial viability of a project, and then also if the project is ready for implementation. Comes into that. So it is a comprehensive set of matrix. I can't go through everything now because there's not enough time. To conclude, I want to tell you the story of one city that we've applied this in quite successfully. It's Korok. It's a fairly small city, but I think the illustration will apply. So in the city, we've gone through this understanding part, looking at where all the social services areas are that needs to that has deficits in, where the engineering services and utilities have deficits in. And you can see this area down below with the dark green circle. That's where the water services in that area have totally collapsed. The sewer services has collapsed, so it needs to be refurbished. It needs to be redone in that particular case. And we've also identified areas on the left where these red blobs are land that is totally underdeveloped or even vacant. And when we got involved in this project, the mayor has approved a project to the north here, in this area here, to accommodate moving people out of dangerous areas and to accommodate future urbanization. And we indicated to them that there's actually ample space in these red blocks to accommodate all of the future urbanization that they need, and they don't need to go to that northern area. And then we overlay a future density on top of that so that we can do that, looking at all the connections that needs to be made to make the city more connected, the environmental aspects that needs to be addressed, and that could create a more livable city. And then these centralities that can be developed. So that becomes the strategic plan to say, if you want to redevelop, if you want to transform the city to be more sustainable and resilient, then that's really how the city form needs to look and what the different densities would be. So instead of paying for major infrastructure connections to the north, we indicated to the mayor that if he uses this area here, he needs to replace the pipes in any event. He needs to replace the cables in any event. He needs to redo the roads there in any event. Why don't you just put bigger pipes in, create higher capacity, and then you create a better sustainable environment, a better walkable city, a more sustainable city at half the cost of going to the north, as well as having to do this major maintenance effect as well. And he actually changed his plan and said the north is not where he's going to implement it in this particular area. And that's the advantage of doing this spatial capital investment strategy with projects. So for each of these areas, obviously they need a more detailed plan to indicate all the different projects within that. And for each of these, we've developed what we call an investment card. So it's an area-based investment card that says exactly here's the plan for this area, and here's all the projects that needs to be done within that. But the important part is really that the sequencing of these projects. Once one's time to start to understand what needs to be done, it's about sequencing them. And in this particular case, there was very little funding left in the financial year, even from donors. And we indicated that if they do 4 bridges across, it will start the process. And I want to indicate how we then played it out over time. So here's the 4 bridges and they've actually constructed it in that year. So what's the effect of this in transforming the city? Because the next level of development is linking up areas, and it opens up areas like these ones here for that residential development and the mixed-use development that we spoke about. Then in the next financial year, the public facilities and public spaces come into being. The road upgrades, the walkability that happens within that, so that this area can develop. And this is just an image from the investment card that indicates which projects are there, what needs to be done, and what's the timing for these projects. So you can actually line this up. And we've had very good success with both the government and some donor institutions in this, because it provides security and it provides a vision of what will it achieve at the end of the day. So to conclude, the message, I think, is really one to see the whole planning process as one integrated process that links through in terms of what to do to get to sustainable development. So do the plan, understand where the interventions needs to happen, and then to see how do you finance it. So there's 2 streams. There's the what to do, where and when stream, which is basically a planning process. And then how to finance it is the budgetary process that comes in. And where these come together is in this process where the prioritization and decision making actually happen. But it happens on an evidence base. It's not just you think it's better and I like this project and you don't. It's really something that has the evidence base, and it changes the conversation. It changes the conversation between the partners, and it changes the conversation between local and national and regional governments as well. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Herman. Thank you. And we can for sure see this as a very interesting deep dive on the technicalities and the opportunities of using capital investment planning, and actually being able to modulate in a way the impact of your money or the money on a long-term plan, but in an incremental way. Very interesting. This sequencing, I think, is one of the things that is least explored somehow. And of course, it has a lot to do with understanding also economic development and behavior of people, and what you change, making changes in the physical space of the city. So moving now to Yuxin Bei from Tsinghua University. I would like you to introduce yourself briefly, because I wouldn't be able to do justice to you. And you'll talk about climate investment and financing support for resource-based cities in China.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yuxin Bai from Tsinghua University, and this is the first time that I came to Africa. And I'm so delighted to have the opportunity to attend this meeting. I will combine the two pilot policies and illustrate the role of climate investment and financing in promoting the sustainable development of resource-based cities through the case studies. And according to the 2023 climate change report from IPCC, that funding for climate mitigation needs to increase 3 to 6 times by 2030, while climate loss and damage needs are enormous, with developing countries needing $127 billion per year by 2030. And pilot construction is one of the characteristics policies of China. And through the targeted policy support, it is an organized combination of top-down policy promulgation by the central government and bottom-up experience accumulation by local governments. And policy is a process of finding appropriate policy tools to achieve specific policy goals, which is a characteristic mechanism of Chinese policy making. And about 262 resource-based cities in China are identified. And in 2022, China's urbanization rate was 65.22%, and the resource-based cities accounted for about 38%. Chinese cities are providing the necessary policy environment and the model innovation environment for the development of climate investment and financing. And climate investment and the financing and providing the necessary support for the sustainable development of resource-based cities. And according to the data from Climate Bonds Initiative, energy, buildings, and transport remain the three largest categories, collectively contributing 77% of the total green debt volume, and adaptation-related investments gained the most share, although they still represent a very small portion of the market. About the policy pillars of National Sustainable Development Agenda Innovation Demonstration Zone in China. And in December 2016, in order to implement the spirit of the National Science and Technology Innovation Conference and the outline of the National Innovation-Driven Development Strategy, and give full play to the supporting and leading role of scientific and technical innovation in sustainable development. The State Council issued the Conjunction Plan of Innovation Demonstration Zones for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in China. And in February 2018, the State Council approved the several cities to the innovation demonstration zones, and in 2019 and 2022, several cities are in the batch of innovation demonstration zones. In according from the investment amount of key actions and the demonstration zone and source, the infrastructure and the industrial development are the two key directions of capital investment. In China, 2021, government funds accounted for 68.9% of investment, while non-government financing accounted for 31.1%, a significant increase from the previous year. And according to the investment direction, 34%, 9% was used for infrastructure and 28.4% for industrial development. And in terms of air pollution control, the average annual PM 2.5 concentration in the 6 demonstration areas decreased from 31.5 meter in 22 to 28.8. And in Shenzhen, the average annual PM 2.5 concentration dropped to 18 micrograms per cap meter, the best level since monitoring data began. And the further renewable energy industry in the 6 demonstration zones has developed rapidly. And in Chengde City and the Guilin City have all accounted for more than 65% of renewable energy generation. According to the policy system in China, climate investment and finance is belong to green finance. And according to the system of policy, strengthen the guidelines of environmental and economic policies and strengthen the financial policy support and coordination of various policies. By the end of June 2023, pilot local governments had received nearly 2,000 climate-friendly programs and involving nearly 2 trillion yuan to fund. In December 2021, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment and other 9 departments jointly issued a notice on carrying out the pilot work of climate investment and financing and the pilot work plan of climate investment and financing. And in 2023, and in 2022, 23 local governments were selected as the first batch of climate investment and financing trials. And strategies from the Ministry of Ecology and Environment show that by the end of 2022, 98 of the first 183 key projects submitted have received 122.163 million yuan of credit, and accounting for 62.85% of the total loan demand. And there are 12 cities, 4 districts, and 7 state-level areas of the local governments. And for the policy pillars of climate investment and finance, the first one is strengthening the policy environment. China is a district of Wuhan, and it gives full play to the right confirmation function of the core registration platform of the carbon market, and it establishes an evaluation index system for green finance, including indicators related to climate factors in the comprehensive evaluation of economic and social development. And it also landing area of Hubei Carbon Exchange Center and China Carbon Board market operating institutions as the leading carbon market operation foundation in China. And there are nearly 1.6 participants in Hubei's carbon market with a ultimate transportation volume of 8.7 billion yuan, accounting for more than half of the country's total. And the National Carbon Trading Capacity Building Training Center has been established to undertake international training on South-South cooperation capacity building to address climate change. And the second one is enrich green financial products. As the Nansha district is a district of Guangdong province, its climate investments and financing instruments such as carbon natural bonds and climate insurance have been launched. And Guangzhou Nansha Climate Sub-branch of China Construction Bank, the first climate investment and the financing characteristics bank sub-branch in China, was officially established in July 2021. And Nansha New Area has promoted the establishment of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area Climate Investment and Financing Alliance, gathering 200 billion yuan of bank credit funds and 100 billion yuan of industrial fund resources. And it's also promoting the establishment of a sustainable development fund to respond to climate change and establish a climate fund group with GF Securities to help implement projects and technologies. And as Suzhou of a case study, Suzhou is among the top 20 comprehensive performance of transformation of China's resource-based old industrial cities in 2023. Suzhou ranks the first, and there are 120 old industrial cities in China. Suzhou is both a resource-based city and an old industrial base in Jiangsu province, and it's supporting 4 out of 5 of Jiangsu's coal and 3 out of 5 of its electricity. Suzhou is included in the renewable resource city, which needs to get the innovative development of the renewable city. And Suzhou and the UN Habitat jointly issued 2 technical standards, which providing technical reference for ecology restoration of similar cities in China and the world. That is the technical standards for ecological restoration of coal mining subsidizing areas in the Huanghai Pipeline, and the technical standards for ecological restoration of quarries and caves. And Suzhou also promotes the development of modern financial industry. It focuses on the construction of Suzhou financial agglomeration zone, introduce new financial organizations and formats such as foreign banks, angel investment, industrial funds, and financial leasing, and build the financial center of Huaihai Economic Zone. They will encourage financial institutions to introduce green credit and green insurance for ecological restoration. At the same time, for the ecosystem-based carbon sink capacity formed by investment and the incremental training of carbon sink should be explored to expand the funding source channels of ecological restoration projects. The 3 overall financing mode of overall construction content is repayment source and the credit enhancement method was innovatively proposed, which efficiently solve the capital needs of the construction of no waste city. And China took the lead in implementing measures such as trading intangible assets, just show auction and market-based over capacity reduction and realized nearly 10 billion yuan in funds that effectively supporting the closure and the withdrawal of enterprises, relocation and the transfer. And current progress on the climate investment and the finance policy system has not yet resulted in clear and credible policy signals and compliance requirements for the financial sector. And the investment fund and the finance have not systematically supported the mitigation and the adaptation activities consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement. As climate investment and financing have certain risks, so innovative models are needed to achieve risk diversification and control, such as diversify investment risks by adopting a diversified investment portfolio and establishing a risk-sharing mechanism. And climate investment and financing require a large amount of financial support. So innovative models are needed to improve financial liquidity, such as promoting asset securitization to increase financial liquidity. And about the low carbon transition, one of the goals of climate investment and finance is to promote low carbon transition. So innovative models are needed to support the financing of low carbon projects, such as establishing carbon markets and promoting carbon pricing. And about investor participation, climate investment and finance needs to attract more investors to participate. So innovative models are needed to improve investors' participation and resource them, such as establishing a sustainable investment rating system and promoting social investment. And for the investor participation, all these establishing climate investment and financing needs to attract more investors to participate. So it should improve investors' participation. And all these innovation demands require the support and the guidance of policies and the market mechanisms, as well as innovation in technology and management to achieve the innovation and development of climate investment and financing support models. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was another rich presentation, and I think when we talk about impact of financing, of course, the green transition is very demanding, and I think it's very interesting to see all the different tools and the different criteria developed in China, and this sort of learning by doing in a way, experimenting with many different and some very sophisticated also tools. So I think these are all things that translating them in a context like the other context represented by this group of experts would require quite some discussion. I hope there will be coming questions at the end of the panel. So I just move to the last presentation. Tse Liu and Dorothy Negeza, who are presenting from Xi'an Jiaotong University at Tsinghua University from China, and presenting the pathway for circular economy with a focus on China. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, my colleagues. So today I'm going, Dora and I will, do this presentation together. and we are going to give the topic entitled "The Pathway of the Circular Economy Towards Sustainable Development Goals in China." So I will introduce our presentation from the following section. As we know that industrialization brings us human beings a lot of benefits, right? There are, for example, that from the positive aspects, industrialization bring about much more, products than ever before, right? We can living in a very modern city, we can live in very comfortable lives. But meanwhile, industrialization also brings us about the resource and environment challenges. For example, that they just, the climate change is currently is a very hot topic, right? And also the serious environment events, and also the extensive resource consumption and massive waste generation. So China, as we know that China currently is the second largest economic country, second to United States, right? But in the way, the China, the economic development, the pathway is not that easy. Yeah, it's paid a lot of expense in terms of the resources consumptions, environment pollutions. So you can see the figure that even though the GDP of China is very high, but in the past few years consume a lot of resources, right? So from 20 years ago, Chinese government thought about how to make a very sustainable pathway to develop their economy. About 20 years ago, China implemented the circular economy. So which is that they transform from the traditional single, economic pattern, which is from resource products waste and dumps to a, circle way, resource, products and regenerate resource, and to reutilize the waste as a raw material resource. By doing this, it can reduce the resource and reduce the waste generation, right? And also during that period, if you see from a life cycle perspective, it also reduces environmental pollution, even greenhouse gas emissions. So in the past few years, China has done a lot of practice in this regard. For example, that from in 2009, China passed the circular economic promotion law in 2009. It is about more than 10 years ago, sorry. And also many policies, were released after the law, the law promulgation to support the circular development. Okay, so this is from the law and policy perspective, and from the program perspective, project perspective, there are two most important central departments in China in advancing circular economy development in China, namely the Ministry of Ecology and Environment and the National Development and Reform Commission. The job, the work of the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, they initiated the eco-industrial pilot project. We call it eco-industrial parks. And the International Development and Reform Commission, they initiate a circular economic industrial parks. So different name, but very similar. The main goals of this initiative by these two central departments aim to reduce the resource consumption and reduce the waste generations. So during the process, reduce the environment pollution and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So in 2001, the first eco-industrial park, namely Guangzhou Guigang Industrial Parks, was initiated by Ministry of Ecology and Environment, which is a kind of sugar-based in the eco-industrial networks. Okay, so it's about more than 20 years ago, and currently there are more from the more than 20-year development. There are more than 150 national eco-industrial parks in China. This is the national level, and there are thousands provincial levels in eco-industrial park in China. So a lot of progress has been made in the past 20 years in this regard. Okay, and also the indicators, the standards for evaluating the eco-industrial park, eco-industrial project has been improved by the ministry. You can see that from 2009 there is a standard, and 2015 it is the most recent updated indicator to put the industrial symbiosis as an indicator in this evaluation system. So yeah, and also the National Development and Reform Commission initiates circular economy industrial parks. You can see the geological distributions from this map, the circular economic development parks. Okay, and from such a kind of project, eco-industrial project, for example, we take this Tianjin Taida eco-industrial park, for example. From this kind of pilot project, the industrial park can reduce the CO2 emission and also the waste. And meanwhile, they just established a kind of new industry, like the recycling industries and associated other industries. So this is the part of the industrial eco-industrial park level and the circular economy industrial park. And from the education perspective, Chinese governments also push this work forward from the educational system. And for example, in the university in China, more than 20 universities opened the course, namely industrial ecology in China, just to put, teach students about the circular economy development, the knowledge associated with that. And also some other universities also opened the very similar courses, namely resource circulation science and engineering. So this is from the educational perspective. Chinese government also just want to advance such circular economic development in China from educational perspective. Okay, so after more than 20 years efforts, some eco-industrial park in China is very famous around the world. So for example, the Suzhou Industrial Park and Singapore, this industrial park, eco-industrial park, they work with Singapore to establish a kind of high-level eco-industrial park in China. So this is very famous. Also, I mentioned the Taida eco-industrial park, which is located in Tianjin, and from this, a lot of benefits in terms of economic benefits and also environment benefits has been achieved through this initiative. So this is the practice made by Chinese governments and also by Chinese people. But we have to admit that there is no uniform approach to advance circular economy development around the world. There are other eco-industrial parks which are very successful around the world. For example, the Eco Town in Japan, and also Eco Industrial Park in USA. Taiwan's, it's also very famous. Also in Korea and Denmark, there are also many other very successful Eco Industrial Park around the world. So they implemented such an initiative with the different approaches according to their local condition in terms of maybe culture, economic pattern. So yeah, this is all the above that I'm talking about is all the practices that has been made by Chinese government and Chinese people. So in the following, I'm very briefly introduce this is about other practice. What are the research doing in this part? Okay, so for example, my research team focus on the greenhouse gas emission mitigation through this circular economic development pattern. Which means that how much greenhouse gas emission reduction can be achieved through such a strategy. Also, what other co-benefits can be made by this such an initiative, and what's a barrier and opportunities to implement eco-industrial strategy around the world. Yeah, for example, that's through this eco-industrial strategy, or we can say circular economic approach, that's co-benefits in terms of economic benefits and other environment benefits, resource benefits can be achieved from my research. From this research, we just established a kind of model to calculate, calculate whether this kind of economic development pattern can achieve the co-benefit. So we have to establish some kind of methodologies or models to confirm that, to verify that, right? So you cannot say that it is can bring us the benefits and without any quantitative calculation. So this is a metric analysis, okay? And for the other examples that if we want to count how much greenhouse gas emission reduction from such a eco-industrial strategy, and we applied input of and output model to calculate the plastic waste recycling industries in China, and to calculate how this such of the industry can how much greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced through this this factor. Because in the past few years, China was the first productions in terms of the plastic waste production products, plastic products, the first country, and also the recycling in terms of recycling of the plastic waste. So there are many enterprises in China. They do such a business, just transform such as plastic waste. Just we use the PET bottle to produce the beautiful clothes from this plastic waste, and we calculate the whole country through this project strategy, how much greenhouse gas emission reduction can be achieved through this strategy. And also we do some policy and the analysis in terms of identifying the barriers, challenges to to develop such a circular economic development. So this is something that I want to share with you. And in the following, Dorn will introduce the how such kind of eco-industrial development in Africa and and around the world.
Thank you, Professor Zhou. So Professor Zhe has comprehensively introduced circular economy development in China, and I'll go ahead to give some examples on Africa. I'm just making a summary of two of these publications, which you can find online. I will discuss on the development of eco-industry parks in Ethiopia and the eco-industry transformation in Uganda. So what is an eco-industrial park? So it's a community of businesses that cooperate with each other and with the local community to efficiently share resources. And currently we have traditional industrial parks, and we would like to have them to transition to eco-industrial. So, EIPs are an effective means to achieving a circular economy and increasing the competitiveness of firms and industrial sectors. So they're able to design out waste and pollution, keep materials and resources in use, regenerate natural systems, harness renewables like solar and wind, biogas, energy management, water supply from renewable water sources, and wastewater treatment and reuse. So when circular economy principles are applied in industrial parks, they're developed as eco-industrial parks. So the World Bank report shows that there are 430 EIPs that have been established since 2001. However, there's only 1% of these eco-industrial parks that are on the continent of Africa. So we did further research and did literature search on the cases in Africa from the Web of Science, and we found that there are a total of 25 cases from 9 countries, which are in various stages of development. They're either as pilots or in transition or in the initial planning stages. We decided to assess the development of 3 industrial parks, 1 in Ethiopia and 2 in Uganda, to assess their development as eco-industrial parks. And we decided to utilize the international framework for an EIP tool. So this is a collaborative initiative of the World Bank, UNIDO, and GIZ. So they attempt to create a standardized framework that can be implemented globally. So the framework has various indicators under the core categories of environment, park management, economic compliance, and social compliance. So the total 9 park management, 13 social, 12 economic, 25 environment. So this comes to a total of 59 indicators that are in the assessment tool. So this is the Hawassa Industrial Park. It is the largest textile and garment industry in Ethiopia and in Africa. So the textile industries, as we know, can contribute to water deterioration, and that is if there are no adequate treatment measures in place. So therefore, there were concerns about effluent discharge from the industrial park, and they decided to install the zero liquid discharge system. It was implemented to facilitate the circulation of the water so that it could 100% be treated in the industrial park with minimal loss. So on assessing the Hawassa Industrial Park, this is the only aspect in the park that was found to be more in line with what would be criteria as an EIP or a circular economy implementation. So by adopting this zero liquid discharge technology, it helped to integrate the circular economy approach to water usage by designing out wastewater. So on evaluation of the performance, the assessment demonstrated that the Hawassa Industrial Park only met 23 of the performance indicators. And we found that the environmental performance indicators were not fully met, especially in industrial waste and economic performance and social performance. So I will go on to discuss about Uganda. Sorry, I'm skipping a lot because there's really no time to go into all the other data details. So for the case of Uganda, we looked at two industrial parks, the Kampala Industrial Business Park and the Mbale Industrial Park. So we equally applied the same assessment tool to these two industrial parks, and we found that they both met 26 of the indicators, 6 under park management, 6 economic, 5 social, and 9 environment for the Kampala Industrial Business Park. And for the Mbale Industrial Park, there were 6 park management, 6 economic, 9 social, and 5 environmental indicators that were met. So for the Kampala Industrial Park, according to the park management, we found that they had a park master plan, whereas the Mbale Industrial Park did not have this in place. And for under economic performance, we found that there was a job generation by both industrial parks, and particularly the Mbale Industrial Park has a vocational workshop that they utilize to train the employees in the factory. Under the environmental performance, both of them did not really meet the environmental indicators, especially in having an environmental management system. However, they had some renewable generation sources like solar power and biomass. And they're also receiving support from other organizations to enable them develop some of these indicators. So some of the findings showed that there's an importance for the role of key actors. So the biggest actor is the government. For Uganda, they've committed to a national industrial policy, and this serves as a blueprint for its industrial transformation till 2030. And there's a key role of the enterprises, and these include the companies that are situated in the industrial park, especially the selection of an anchor enterprise that is able to motivate and lead all the other enterprises to create synergies. Another key actor is the international cooperation. So from some of the interviews that we had, they stated the significant support and cooperation that they received from some of these organizations. And most importantly, which is in line with what we're doing now, there's the education and research. So the different local institutions play significant roles in finding out issues in the industrial ecology sector that could contribute to the eco-industrial park development and implementation of other circular economy policies. So there's been capacity building activities done, or we held a few online during COVID. We sensitized the people in Mbale district. We gave them information. We gave them more presentation on the definition of circular economy and teaching them on some few implementation. Most important as well is financial support. So this support can be used to encourage investment in the EIPs and in further adopting of the green technologies. And we cannot leave out the role of the community, which are the most, they're the beneficiaries of the industrial parks in the region. So they need to be involved since they play a key role in approving or not approving of certain institutions being put up in the city. So in conclusion, we find that the evolution of industrial parks into IPs is still at a very nascent stage in Africa. And this is seen in both countries, for both Ethiopia and in Uganda. We need to further have incentives for EIP development, mostly through the policies, laws, regulations, as Professor Jia explained earlier. In terms of for the development of China, it's evident that the government put in place clear laws from the beginning, clear policies that the national and local governments are able to implement. So these are things that as African countries and cities, we could look to adapt and utilize for ourselves. So we'll need further government participation in developing and putting forward implementable legislation. So like I mentioned, the communities of Mbale and Namambe, where Kampala Industrial Park is located, were interested, but they didn't have enough knowledge on circular economy and understanding what having an eco-industrial park in the city would entail. So there's a need to further sensitize.
Your panel, I think it has the most participants.
Share best practice.
The rest of they have very
EIP
few
development and
participants.
circular economy practices. And there's also a need for region-specific indicators.
Can we conclude?
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for, but we are very
Understand.
much beyond time. But I just wanted to make one comment and also if the speakers go back, have a few minutes if there are questions. I know I am not respecting my time limits. But just one thing, we were seeing at one point that Africa is actually relatively behind in terms of linking urbanization and industrial development, manufacturing, etc. So this is an excellent presentation, shows us there is actually opportunity for leapfrogging in reality, and enormous number of benefits that can be accrued from taking an innovative approach to this industrialization, let's say. So I think that's very, very interesting. And yes, I have many questions on that, particularly from the finance point of view and urbanization point of view. Over to the, if there are questions for the panelists, all of them. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Probably there are not questions in most cases. Maybe just observations and comments. And I thank all the speakers. We have been greatly educated and made aware of the things we don't know, particularly from other parts of
yeah,
the
it's
world.
very
And
very
we are
hard to
trying
manage, but it's good. It's good. I love everybody is very active. You know, they're discussing,
capital
asking
investment
questions, and
was a good talk.
I'm inside. You know,
we keep
motivate
wondering,
everyone, ask
our
questions to be sure
because
everything is
when we
going
look
well.
at the budget,
But so far good.
we
So far
find
good.
that
So now
there's little allocation
we have 15
capital
minutes break
investment.
at 45. You can just
fact,
get in. Let
that
me
meeting
ask
that
Evan
sometimes
to be sure you are in
is
if you
then
want to
sold out
participate. Okay.
eventually. So we are just wondering how this is viable. And also you find that a lot of the capital investment comes from foreign grants, which are very expensive to service because for the cities, it is difficult to borrow locally. There are a lot of hindrances in terms of municipal bonds and so on. You find that it is the countries that have leverage to borrow, security to borrow, as opposed to the counties. So
Okay, yeah,
it's
at
difficult to find.
8:45:09,
Like
I will
Senegal
getting
wanted,
again.
and there were a lot
So
of
yeah, let
hindrances to
the
doing it.
Eben,
I think
is it called Eben? Okay,
Lagos
let
is
me
doing it.
get in. But
Sometimes
why
it's
they
very
have this
difficult. Yeah, I saw this
this
in South
request?
Africa,
We say it
and
should
they
be
are able
going
also to recoup. When
for
we are looking
free.
at Durban, they are using their returns from investment. So I think the South African case is true when we did the research, but some of these cities, it is difficult. So we need also help when it comes to these grants that are very expensive from IMF and World Bank that come with a lot of conditions. And then they are just given without proper security, so that eventually we are borrowing to pay them at very high interest rates. And also what we observe is that currently the rate of exchange of our currencies has gone up in most African countries. So we are wondering, is this still a tool that is bringing us down? If you check in Nigeria, it's the same statistic. In Kenya, it's the same statistic. So it means that this is affecting the whole of Africa. And sometimes we keep asking ourselves, is this a way of still enslaving us with these rates of exchange? So those are just comments. I was also impressed with the diversification in terms of having various modes of investments, and so that you are reducing the risks. And I think this would be ideal for our cities, so that they have more than one way of raising finances, and therefore it is less risky. And of course, the eco industry parks are very good incentive or good for us. It's only that what we are observing in Africa is lack of investment in particularly research. I know that the developing country, developed, they invest a lot, billions of shillings in research. And there are incentives. For example, right now in China, there are tax breaks, even in the US, in terms of research and such funding, even technology, there are tax breaks on that. But in Kenya, instead, you find that any travels vis-a-vis conferences is not being funded at the moment, and research. So we have our county representatives here. We want them to, because, and government representatives, if there are any, to listen to what is being indicated, even us as we discuss these issues, and use them because they are our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question, a very practical question to Professor Liojo about the industrial eco parks, and in terms of which industrial activities are carried on. You talked about reduction of emissions, and you talked about the example of waste, plastic bottles recycled into textile. So I wanted to ask which other sort of activities are promoted in these parks to carry out this, maintain, sustain this circular economy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I did a training course yesterday. I told that in 2020, China initiative Zero Waste City program, and which aim to just how to comprehensively deal with the solid waste, for example. Yeah, and from then on, in China, many some cities, for example, in Shanghai, they just release a law that the civilians have to, they have to, sort their, household garbages, and very, they just release a law, and force, not force, a kind of force the civilians to do that. By doing so, that the civilians had, the behaviors, environment behavior to sort their, household waste, which is very, they benefit the, downstream industries that can recycle them and recover the waste, and reuse that, recovered products. So they encourage people to do this such a things. And also from, I mentioned, from educational, from the societal perspective, from from childhood, now many schools in China, they just teach the kids, the children, how to sort the garbages and to tell them to build a secure economic society from the whole societal perspective. So they just adopted, comprehensive strategies, just push the civilians enterprises to go the right ways, Is that what you asked?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. After recycling, they recycling, after recycling, they just sell their the waste to the to the relevant enterprise that can recover such kind of waste, and then sell their these products, recovered products. So there is a system. There is a system, not only recycling, but also reproducts the yeah.
Yes. So maybe there was a sort of question for the capital investment planning. I don't know if it is answerable, but still you and the others that can give some insights.
I think the funding issue is something that needs to be addressed, but as part of this cycle of investment in cities, the land regulation system is of prime importance for that, because you can have really wonderful investment in there, but if you can't capture the value that it creates, then you don't create the income that you need, and that income is basically the collateral that you can then use to leverage with loans later on. So it is important that one see this as a total system and look at the value system of investment. The value is really captured in the land and property and economy that gets generated by that, and that needs to feed back into the next cycle of investment as well. So it is a critical issue to deal with, and I think especially in the developing world, those are the systems that are underdeveloped and often overlooked.
Thanks. I don't know if someone else wants to respond, if there is one other question, otherwise let's see.
Thank you. I'm glad and I'm happy about the presentations. And my question is on the parks, industrial parks. And my reference is on the China itself. A while ago, and even now, the world has been calling China the kitchen of the world. So you find most of the items are China made in China, made in China. So in a very simple way, what policies did your government come up with to ensure that you have captured the heart of the world to become the kitchen of the world? Thank you.
You got the question?
Yeah. For Doran or for me?
For you.
Okay, yeah, okay. So your question is that what's a policy, right? The China's policy to make products in that part, right? So yeah, This is a very, this is a very, very good question. It's not about only about the eco-industrial parks. It's about, how to develop industries in China, right? So, for example, in China, people want, to do, to a better life, right? Also, people in other world. In China, people work very hard to pursue a good life. So this is, people have this intention, and also the government knows that. So if the people, the policy for that is just encourage, the government make the positive policy to develop the economy in China, industries, in China. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear clearly just now. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, I think at high level you are responding. I think it's a bit of a big question,
Yeah,
and
very
it
big
is a
question.
policy that has
Yeah.
gone on for now 30 years or more. So I don't know if we can talk about that very. I mean, if the speakers have an answer that we can deal in 2 minutes, otherwise we don't have time.
I could just add something if I think I understood you correctly. I think the government chose particular cities and looked at the resources that they had and selected them particularly to set up industries. So, for example, so there's particular cities for textiles. There's particular cities. I think Guangzhou is for only leather products. Then there's another city in Foshan that only deals with furniture, in Guangzhou as well. So they looked at the resources in each city and leveraged that to set up industries and encouraged the people to work. So I think in being particular to looking at what resources were in each city, they were able to focus on that as opposed to just putting up an industry with everything, so I don't know if that answers you a little bit.
I think we can be satisfied. I think
Duran is studying and living in China for about 15 years, right? So yeah, in China, if the government has typically they have a plan for 5 years, 5-year plan to develop their economy, and there is a very comprehensive plan, including developed which kind of industries maybe in this 5 years that think that the important every 5 years they have their priority industries to develop according to the situation.
Yeah, thanks. I think we started to deepen this discussion, but I think we need to close. There is, I don't know, we are supposed to have a coffee break. Yeah, so thank you very much to the speakers and a very interesting session.
Okay, so we have 2 more panels left for the day. Okay, so I hope we'll be able to make it, but this is what we're here for. So we're going to do a very quick coffee break for 10 minutes. Let's watch. Okay, so what time is it now? It's 4:50. Okay, so let's come back at 5. Okay, and then we can wrap up our day. Okay, thank you.
ekonomi. Terima kasih sudah kita Ibu. Data storage
Yeah. Okay, we will want to go to the fourth panel session. And I'm glad you have taken tea. Those who are able to take the African tea. Did you taste the African tea? Yes, yes, yes. It is pure, pure tea, yeah, very natural actually. Yes, the teas are actually grown 250 kilometers from here. And they're just harvested straight to the industry for processing. So we started our industrial park in Kericho for tea, only for tea. Okay, how do you say good evening in Chinese?
晚上好。Good evening.
We are learning that what we came to do. In Swahili, we say habari ya jioni. Yes, habari ya jioni. I also wanted to get, how do you say good evening in Italian?
Buonasera.
Ah, buonasera. You see, this is what we are calling now a globalization. It is true. In 90s, we could not be able to know what is happening on the other side of the world until internet came. Then the emails. Then right now, we can be able to meet both online and offline. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy that you have enjoyed your cup of tea and we are moving on. I've learned a lot since morning and even in the afternoon, I've learned a lot. So we are calling upon our next session panelists, and we are privileged to have a team from the UN Habitat. I have my sister called Caroline, and my brother called Yuki. Yes, karibuni sana. Karibuni sana is a Swahili word that is saying welcome so much. Yeah. Please take the stage. And then we also have a team from Morocco. Yes, with the Amini, our sister Amini. Please clap for my panelists. Yes, have a seat first. The gentleman should sit in the middle, right? Oh, yes. Good. Yeah, you are sitting like that because we need to take your photo for hey, our cameraman. Yeah, thank you very much. Please prepare yourself to learn from the first team, which is presenting a very innovative theme, charting the path to sustainable urban mobility plan. In short, it's called ASAM, right? Yes, and it is in the Kenyan cities. How many cities do you have in Kenya? 4, right? Okay. We have Nairobi city, which is the capital city. Then we have Mombasa city, which is the coast city. Then we have Kisumu city. It is called the Lake City, the only fresh lake in Africa or in the world, Africa. Victoria, Lake Victoria. And then there is another one upcoming city. It's called Nakuru. So those are the 4 cities we are having in Kenya. And they are coming to present to us. And I'm glad we have had sessions with Madam Caroline here. Oh, Maureen, why did they write? Okay, okay. So please, I welcome you and make it short, straight to the point, so that you can get more questions than more than 10. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Yuki Takada from UN Habitat. Thank you so much for setting the stage, Sami. And actually, my role was to set the stage for Maureen. So you took nicely on my work. So maybe I will just keep it very simple and short. So we are presenting on the sustainable urban mobility planning process on Kisumu. And maybe some of you would know, if you are accustomed to European planning style, SAMP is a strategic planning framework for mobility, and opposed in contrast to like traditional transportation planning, which tends to focus on infrastructure or tends to optimize like road capacity of volume of, and also maybe the speed of the cars. Sustainable urban mobility planning is all about centering to people, low carbon mobility options, and also inclusivity, accessibility for the people. And this we are presenting, I mean, actually Maureen is mainly the presenter on this experience in Kisumu. This is a project that UN Habitat was engaged in with, together with ITDP. This is where Maureen is presenting. And without further ado, I would hand over this mic to Maureen, who would take us over to take us through this exciting presentation.
Thank you very much, Yuki. So as Yuki has mentioned, my name is Maureen Kinywa from ITDP, which stands for Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. So we do a lot of collaboration work with UN Habitat. This is one of those initiatives where we have engaged together to actually prepare a sustainable mobility plan. In this case study, I'll be taking you through the experience that we have had with Kisumu, which is one of our, we would like to boast that it is our first, and it's a very, we take a lot of pride in this project and its success thus far. So, sorry, I just made a, okay. Okay, so as been mentioned, the Kisumu Sustainable Mobility Plan, or the KSMP, as we like to shorten it, is actually the first comprehensive transport plan that defines a long-term mobility vision for the city of Kisumu. So it comes under the umbrella of the Integrated Strategic Urban Development Plan, which was also has been done by the county. And the goal of the SAMP, is to provide efficient, affordable, and equitable, safe, and convenient mobility for all. The process was developed and supported from Ford Foundation and the ICCCASU, which stands for International Climate Initiatives. So we actually do have the SAMP. It's an already existing document, which I will just highlight, a summary of what the process that we went through, but feel free to check it out, the link that I have shared below, to be able to read the document in full. So the SAMP process overview that we took over was, the development process rather, was taken through a process of 4 stages, with the first stage being collection of baseline data and identifying transport system challenges. Then the next process was developing transport vision, goals, and indicators. The third was selecting a priority project to meet the transport goals. And finally, we come to the implementation and monitoring. So through these processes, we actually had a lot of engagement with various stakeholders, from the county government, the city management, consulting firms, practitioners, civil societies, educational societies, private sector, public transport sector, parastatal, etc. So we've held various sessions with them where we were able to, have an engagement with them, get to find out about what are their plans and what are their visions in line with the KSMP.
So the official launch actually took place, which was a success for the team. We actually had a notice, of completion that was gazetted to kickstart public engagement as well, where we received comments from the public stakeholders, and we were able to also incorporate that, into the final version of our document. The launch was also successful, which was actually launched by the governor, as you can see him over there, His Excellency, Mr. Nyang Nyong'o. And this was done in 2020. And so this is a document that is actually, already started its implementation stage. So in summary, what are some of the baseline data that we found about the Kisumu city? So it's interesting to see that Kisumu city actually has a lot of the residents there work. And a lot of the residents, actually we have 56% of the residents use non-motorized transportation as a means of accessing the city. And we also see that 37% is also used by public transport modes. So that's, you can see, is with the matatus, the bicycle bodabodas, the motorcycles. So all this, cumulatively form 37%. So you can see there's a very huge modal share between NMT and PT within the city. To take this even analysis further, you see that a lot of the women, tend to rely more on walking and cycling, and also rely more on other forms of PT, such as matatus and motorcycle and bodabodas, which is very interesting because then it shows that you should also look at how to encourage more of this use within the gender gaps. We also saw, we did an analysis where we saw access to transport facilities, and we tried to see and analyze what are the strong points and what are the challenges, or rather the opportunities that need to be taken into account when looking at improving public transport in NMT. So the data showed that the highest challenges in accessibility is influenced by poor street lighting, poor quality of footpaths and cycle paths, and also difficulty in accessing public transport modes. So furthermore, we started doing more in-depth analysis where we looked at pedestrian surveys. So in this example over here, you can see it's showing the pedestrian per hour. So it shows that the highest pedestrian movements actually occur along Niarobi Road, Kenyatta Highway, and Achieng Onek Road, with volumes of between 2,000 to around 2,300 to around 2,100 at the highest, And so, and it also, we did an analysis of crash data, where we also saw that Niarobi and Busia roads actually, have a lot of crash hotspots within them. When it came to the facilities themselves, the infrastructure, that is, there is actually presence of good quality footpaths that have actually been implemented within Kisumu City. So that's like in the CBD. As you can see on the image, but it's still to say that a lot more is still needed to be done in terms of improving the quality of infrastructure for NMT, because quite a number of streets, still lack footpaths and still lack good quality cycle. In addition to that, there's also challenges when it comes to crossings, especially in locations where you have schools. So there's the challenge in terms of absence of safe crossings for pedestrians. When it came to the cycling data, we noticed that the high cycling activities are experienced along Ondiek Highway, Kenyatta Highway, Angawa Avenue, and Achieng Onek Road, ranging from 350 to 220 per hour. And we also saw that, as you can see from the image, that there is poor quality of cycle lanes, which are required for the cyclists to be able to use. So it's looking at how can we then improve these facilities, so the residents expressed the need of having separate lanes as part of the necessities in terms of improving the cycle infrastructure, having better lighting to improve security and safety, and also improving the road conditions. So having, better conditions in terms of where you're actually able to cycle.
When it came to public transport data, we looked at the volumes where we saw that public transport carries the most people and uses, yet it has the least, it is given the least amount of road space. So there is that inequality that already exists on ground. And we also saw that there is a need to change that, because at the moment, the roads are more or less dedicated to car-oriented use. And it's looking at how do we need to shift that so that now it's more dedicated towards pedestrian-oriented designs. When it's looking at the transport issues, some of the challenges that we noticed within Kisumu City is the use of the target system that is usually used by matatus. So this system has challenges of safety, it lacks reliability, there's long working hours for the drivers and conductors. There was also other issues such as dilapidated vehicle fleets, manual fare collections, and lack of terminals and bus shelters. And where they exist, they are not of to standard or of good quality. Border borders are a big necessity within Kisumu City. And that is reason, especially in the areas where there is lack of public transport services. So you find a lot of the residents then rely on border borders a lot. So border borders is what we refer to as the two-wheelers. So other challenges that come about with the border use is limited helmet use, poor driving safety, lack of designated waiting facilities, which means they tend to encroach on NMT facilities. And there's also allegations in terms of criminal activity and them being blamed for that. Another challenge or another analysis that we looked at was on-street parking, where we saw that parking is experienced even within areas that aren't gazetted. So as you can see, the image that is showing the gazetted on-street parking in blue versus the parking occupancy. So you can see the occupancy has taken up a lot more of the streets, especially within the CBD area, than those that are gazetted, yet the occupancy rates are 79% and below. So clearly it shows that there is an inequality of road use where these spaces are not being maximized to their full potential, which should be dedicated towards non-motorized transportation. On top of that, looking at parking management, there is also, there's a lot of spaces within the city. This is prime land, and there's a lot of spaces for parking that are used within CBD. So there's poor utilization of prime CBD land, and where parking is used, sometimes it's also there's a challenge in terms of enforcement, as you can see on that image where the person just decided to park on an NMT. So mobility scenarios for Kisumu. And we started to, now take it further into what would be the goal and the visions for Kisumu. So we did a 2030 business as usual model where we compared it with sustainable scenarios model. And we saw that there is the need in order for the city to be able to satisfy the ever-growing demand of mobility within Kisumu City. There is a very high, there is a very good opportunity for them to then use a sustainable mode and invest more on non-motorized transport and public transport facilities and infrastructure to be able to satisfy that need. When you look at so we came now to the KSMP 10-year goal. And the major goals that the city had was, first of all, increasing NMT so that it is greater than 55% in terms of modal share, and also reducing the facilities that are used for, and reducing the fertilities, to 80% as opposed to what is currently experienced. There was also the goal of increasing public transport accessibility and ensuring that that is greater than 80%. And also there was the need to reduce the car use by 110% if compared to the levels of car usage at 2020. And overall, there was also the goal of reducing pollution to WHO standards. And the goal of how to get there, so the process of getting there was summarized in 5 key aspects. So excellent pedestrian environment, modern vehicle transport system, management of private vehicle use, transit-oriented neighborhoods, and complete cycle networks. So to improve NMT, what are some of the key proposals that the plan focuses on? So it focuses on having a complete pedestrian realm. So that is an integration between the network that is planned for both walking and for cycling, improving the cycle tracks and looking at a 31-kilometer coverage, improving the greenway and actually connecting the greenway to the NMT infrastructure. So there is a dedicated greenway project around the lakefront. Also, Kenha's roads within the Kisumu city, ensuring that the retrofits are done to be able to incorporate NMT best practices. And that is looking at a 28-kilometer coverage. And looking at the school zones, improving safety. So looking at safety improvements such as, crossings, looking at also reducing speeds within these areas to a maximum of 30 kilometers per hour speeds to improve safety and reduce casualties. So looking at the pedestrian realm, the proposal was looking at for the area, for the right of ways that are limited and are narrow, looking at having a slow zone, which encourages the sharing of the road space between PT, NMT, and cars, but of course giving priority to the NMT. When it comes to the areas that you have a wider ROW, we're looking at having a separate slow zone, which is still necessary to be able to service the NMT, and also encouraging separate tracks. Yeah, so having a separate walking track, having a separate cycle track as well, to be able to improve efficiency in such areas. So this is an example of the implementation that has already been ongoing. So this is Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, which you can see has very good best practice footpaths. So this was implemented as part of a phase 1 of the project, which was under a KUSP project for the city. Looking at Kenha again, so referring back to the highway retrofit. So the highway retrofit, the proposal was to make sure that it includes crossings, it includes traffic calming measures, and it also includes bollards within the 28-kilometer. Also, of course, having NMT infrastructure with separate lanes within these 28 kilometers. So looking at the redesign of 20 intersections, yeah, within the coverage, where they experience quite dangerous fatalities due to accidents. So when it came to pedestrian crossing, the city actually has promoted and tabletop crossing as opposed to footbridges, which is a very good initiative in terms of offering crossing. It's more convenient, it's more efficient, it's universal, it's safe, and it's reliable. When it comes to cycle initiatives, as I'd mentioned before, the plan proposes a complete network. So there's, a series of sections where there's some cycle facilities and other sections where there's none. So there's the proposal of having a complete full network, ensuring that there are separate lanes for safety and security. And on top of that, looking at how you can have already quick wins, so already the city is looking at having quick wins. So this is an example of the city's interventions with that. So of course, as we are talking about cycle tracks, the idea is to promote a good quality cycle track. And what does that include? So we recommend a clear width of minimum 2 meters. Also the provision of a smooth surface to have that ease of movement. And we also encourage a separated footpath and a separated, it to be separated from the footpath, and also it to be separated for the mixed traffic by a physical separation, such as vegetation.
We also propose in the plan to have a bike share system because cycling, as you can see, is a very necessary form of movement within Kisumu, both as boda cycles and also as individual cycles. So the plan promotes a bike share system with various station sizings depending on demand. For public transport improvements, some of the improvement plans include an industry modernization and operational improvements, vehicle fleet improvement and expansion, bus shelters and terminals and of good quality, network expansion, and a BRT system. The outcomes of the transport industry reform would result in services operated by consolidated entities with salaried staff, a participation of existing matatu and tuk-tuk, electric fare collection and independent revenue management, and also a business model that is per kilometer payments. So this is an example of the expansion. So there is the existing public transport routes that are in orange, and then there is the proposed extensions that the plan looks at. So that is represented with the pink and the purple to improve the connectivity of public transport network in the area. When it comes to the fleet composition, we looked and analyzed different scenarios. So the first scenario is looking at a base scenario where everything continues as is. The second scenario was looking at a proposal that was done by the city management. So looking at the provision of PT through the tuk-tuks and the matatus. So the tuk-tuks in red and the matatus in orange. And then the plan now looks at a third scenario. So looking at optimal operations, with a formal bus system, so that you get now scenario 3, where now the green represents the buses, which is able to take up the intensity of use of the matatus and the tuk-tuks. So in summary, the service plan output looks at introducing 362 modern 25-seat buses, and that should be able to meet the Euro standard and eventually, progress to e-vehicles, introducing cross-town services to reduce transfers, replacement of about 40% of the matatu with higher bus capacities, high quality service for public transport customers, reduction in average travel time by 12 minutes per trip, and an overall generalized cost saving of about 3,100 hours per day. So this is a render showing an the integrated BRT system proposed for Kisumu City. So this is looking at a station, Kisumu stage, that is also supported by good quality non-motorized transport accessibility. For the bodas and the tuk-tuks, the plan proposes a reform where we shall have electronic meters. They shall have mandatory provision of helmets for safety. So that's for both operators and passengers, licensing of vehicles and drivers, GPS-based vehicle tracking, electric vehicles to reduce pollution, and defined parking areas to avoid encroaching on NMT facilities. When it comes to parking management, the plan encourages parking to be seen as a public good and not a public right, which is currently usually the case in a number of our cities. With that in mind, the plan proposes demand-based parking rates, real-time enforcement and monitoring to improve compliance, customer information, especially through telephone apps and etc. Lastly, the overall plan looks at having an integrated system. So having an integrated urban transport and urban planning policies and systems, which is what we refer to as transit-oriented development. Within that, it looks at having blocks, so having smaller blocks within the city, because this encourages interconnections, especially for pedestrians and cyclists. Also encouraging high density of FARs, so plot ratios, so high density and compact along the transit corridors. Looking at also having built form that integrates with the streetscape through visually active and permeable facades and frontages, and also looking at explicit incentives, to encourage affordable housing. So the city has been doing an outreach and continually engaging with different stakeholders through various activities. The one that is mostly known, I believe, is the Car-Free events. So Kisumu City has actually, to date this year, managed to host 4 Car-Free days. These have been very instrumental in terms of ensuring the implementation of the KSMP. Other modes include marketing campaigns, cycling training, sustainable commuting days for cities and government staff to change the mind shift of improving sustainable modes of transport. Yes, looking at the use of bicycles and also looking at participatory planning in terms of the activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the UN team led by Maureen. You actually went beyond the time that I decided to allow you to present because you come from Nairobi, but you are presenting Kisumu City. That is very important, isn't it? Okay, so our next presenter on stage is Amini, right? Amini, right? Yes. Amini is from Morocco. Mohammed VI, Polytechnic University. And I almost say you are from Tuku University because you have also a Polytechnic University. Sorry. And she's presenting settlements mutation of rural-urban transition. This is a very important topic, and that explains why urban sprawl will keep on happening in urban areas, isn't it? Yes. Karibu sana, welcome, and keep it short to the point. Yes, please, listen.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Kautar Amini Alawi. I'm an architect, planner, and currently a PhD student at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University from the School of Architectural Planning and Design in Morocco. So as part of my research on rural settlement planning, today I will present a section of my work through the transformation of rural settlement into urban centers, focusing on 2 cities from my country. Actually, urban centers often trace their origins to historical rural settlements that undergo a transformative journey through gradual or restructuration growth. However, it becomes evident that these settlements in rural-urban transition, once parts of rural fabric, now grapple with disorganized spatiality, haphazard environments, and swift integration in urban landscapes. Prior studies about these mutations highlight the impact of multi-actor agreements and the interplay between formal and informal planning or urban morphologies on spatial dynamics. They stress the importance of upgrading structures for sustainable development and call for a spatial temporal assessment of settlement evolution in rural urban transition areas. Nevertheless, research gaps include the need to identify urban planning patterns, to bridge morphological perspectives, and deepen our understanding of these settlements images. Following the presented outlines, our study comes to delve into the morphological structure of settlement in rural urban transition, providing insight for better design interventions and development strategies within evolving urbanization contexts. Our objectives are twofold. First, to understand the changing spatial layers of settlements in rural urban transition within the influence of urbanization impacts, focusing on land use and mobility networks manifestations. And second, to offer a practical insight for researchers, planners, and stakeholders engaging with integrated settlement. With our objectives in mind, now let's move on to how we collect and analyze data to achieve these goals. After a systematic review about rural settlements, evolution, and mutation in Morocco, we employ an information-oriented approach, focusing on 2 urban centers as study cases, known for their unique rural-urban transitions. Through a triangular method, using historical maps, institutional data, and fieldwork insights, we illustrate an understanding for settlements pattern evolution. Yet, despite some limitations appear, including a lack of detailed historical records and challenges in tracking changes to plots and building typologies since we're working on rural areas. In Moroccan contexts, rural-urban transitions are really evident. With advanced regionalization followed by the last adjustment of the administrative jurisdiction in 2015, cities absorbing more rural areas and new urban centers are emerging all around the country. Taking a closer look to Marrakech-Safi region that hosts 2 main samples, Ben Guerir and Tamansort. Both emerged from historical rural settlements. Acted on 2 different planning approaches, they took 2 different development paths. Ben Guerir expanded due to mining activity for more than 40 years now, and a new educational and research hub that was launched 20 years ago. While Tamansort was part of a new city program launched in 2004 to accommodate Marrakech residential expansion. So on the first hand, we have Ben Guerir. In the first hand, we have Ben Guerir. It's linking Casablanca to Marrakech, which means the north to the south. Its historical villages structures expanded due to strategic location of the city as north-south and east-west Carrefour. They host rest stations for travelers, and they still do till now. With the mining activity, as I said, launched in the end of the last century, and the educational hub, which is one of the biggest of Africa today. Urban extensions were manifested consequently, the historical villages were improved through planning programs and infrastructure developments. Yeah, perfect. So the presented figures here combine maps to show land use changes in the city area of Ben Guerir. So we have the village settlements, the first and the second urban expansions, and circulation network evolution. Villages integrate into the city by converting paddy fields into urban use, transforming large agricultural parcels, and developing smaller urban areas. Villages remain mostly as they are, but get upgraded. So also the circulation network evolves with improved pathways and small roads, in addition of structural network, hence accessibility within urbanization evolution. In the other hand, we're gonna see Tamansort, which is located to the east of Marrakech. which is located to the east, like 20 kilometers to the east, to the west of Marrakesh, we delve into a unique transformation here. So the landscape unfolds with a wide distribution of historical villages, seamlessly integrated into the urban plan through a comprehensive morphological restructuring initiative in 2004. However, this transformation encounters distinctive challenges marked by persistent resistance of local communities. This unwavering resistance, rooted in a deep sense of belonging and deep continuous upgrades, resulting in the altered village gradually shedding its original rural characteristics. Moreover, the neighboring villages undergo informal extensions, reflecting the complex nature of Tamansort's evolution. So through the same technique as we did for Ben Guerir, these maps were combined to illustrate land use changes in Tamansort, where we see the integration of villages into the city that is driven by mobility along the national road, resulting in a significant expansion of to meet residential demands in proximity of Marrakesh. This urban center emerged from a national program, as I mentioned, prioritizing the conversion of paddy fields also into urban functions through large-scale residential areas and projects. Meanwhile, the central village area here is being totally replaced by new buildings typologies, and residents were delocated. The internal circulation network is redeveloped through rectilinear access conversion to centralities. However, the central village residents migrate to surrounding villages. And today, with the absence of any activity or specific activity, economic one, the urban center is largely vacant despite existing constructions. So now let's delve into more details. Yeah, let's delve into further through 3 study areas in each city. We mapped and detailed different morphological types to illustrate variations in land cover and circulation within settlements and rural-urban transitions. So given the absence of a distinct visual boundary between various typologies, representative areas are utilized to emphasize morphological characteristics. So the figures highlight 3 typical types of morphology in each city. First, in the bottom, so it's we observe the historical village structures. In Ben Guerir, these structures remain in the same location, but with high building density, featuring remarkable footpaths linked to main vehicles roads. In contrast, Tamansort displays decreasing building density with footprints and which is gradually disappearing since as I already mentioned, they are trying to destroy the whole old village. So the second type is the first extension that we're seeing in the middle with a regulated layout. In Ben Guerir, there is a medium density through small parcels with footpaths still prominent for privacy and houses accessibility. More vehicle roads, of course, and for Tamansort, it exhibits regulated circulation, but with the creation of larger residential clusters designed to accommodate or to attract. And lastly, we explore the second extension area for Ben Guerir with high demand for residential area through to the mining activity and the university that was just launched. There is a high density neighborhoods and rapid urbanization process leading to the dilution of footpath circulation. Morphologically similar in Tamansort, yet with minimal occupation observed on site, which means buildings, but without people. So as we wrap our discussion, let's summarize the main findings and their implication. We've seen how settlements in rural-urban transitions exhibit a blend of rural and urban morphological characteristics. This transformation involves change in land use, mobility network, and consequently lifestyle and livability of the cities. However, a contrasted morphological evolution is observed. Ben Guerir on strategic activities, mining and education, with an integrated planning combining rural and urban morphologies, the development of the city is remarkably positive, even with some correlation or challenges. However, some sort manifests a shift and issues in attractivity and livability due to the absence of any specific activities, as I said, and due to the bottom-up planning strategies, to the absence of bottom-up planning strategies. So our study in these two cities demonstrates that settlements in rural-urban transitions evolve uniquely, influenced by a range of factors, economic, social, and environmental, of course. Integrated planning can maintain their distinct identity, while a disconnected approach may lead to challenges. It is crucial for locals as stakeholders to be involved for an integrated development of settlements in rural urban transitions, recognizing their significance in shaping the urban landscape. So bringing it to a close, as we continue to witness the transformation of rural settlements into urban centers, it is essential to embrace integrated planning and community involvement to preserve the unique character of this evolving landscape towards the promotion of sustainable, resilient urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amini. Very, very impressive. I've learned a new word, mutation of settlement. Mutation of settlement. I never looked at it like that. Now I'm looking and seeing the mutation. I want us to clap for them before we ask them questions. And the way we, no. My clap is this. We are doing academic clap. An academic club. When I was young and in my lower preliminary school, we used to sit on desks. So we used to use another formula of clap. Put our hands on the table. And when we will start 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We are professors, we are doctors, we are experts, we have come this journey where that is how we walked up to here. So number one, we start like very good, very good. Now that was a trial. Can we now do it? Okay. Thank you very much. That is a honorable club. So questions. We will take 5 minutes for questions. So question number 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. My question is to Maureen. Your presentation is very good, but there is some aspect you talk about, especially reducing the rate of the matatus in Kenya. I don't know if I'm saying it right. This is my first time in Kenya. So I observed that like matatu is like a very convenient means of transportation. Like so many people are using it and so many people are. It's like it's a major source of employment. So in your research, have you seen it this way? Like, how do you plan to engage the people that are late? Because you say you're about to reduce 40% of the matatus. So those 40%, is there any plan to re-engage them or to absorb them into other aspects? Because you produce, like you present so many models. So is there any plan to engage them or to integrate them into the new model? That's my question.
Thank you. Another one? Yes. All the way from Oxford.
Same question to you as well. Well, not the same question, but you guys as well about transportation. I was asking myself, looking at the example of Kisumu, how would it look like if you wanted to apply the same concept to Nairobi? What kind of challenges would you have?
Thank you. I think it's also my area of presentation. So interested, and I'll take a Mwakenya. I apologize in advance. Otherwise, thank you for the presentation, Maureen, and my good friend. I think I never know whether there are questions or comments, but you will discern that. The first one is just in addition to what he has indicated. The mode of transportation in the country is governed by policies and the Matatu Association. Of late, they fight the changes of moving even from 14-seater to the big seaters. So as he's indicated, apart from themselves, is the government involved in this so that there is a change of, the support, because this would be very good. It will make my work very easy. What I am doing would be very easy because in Nairobi, that is what we would want, that we have one type of a consolidated system. It would be very beautiful. We'll be coming here early and leaving early. So just, of course, we'll discuss about this. And then, are there traffic jams in Kisumu? That is also a question. I'm just finding out, are there traffic jams in Kisumu? And then you hinted about women walking as opposed to men. Is it an issue of women being poor, or is it that they like walking? So be clear about this, because it's always a gender issue. And I heard you indicating that you might think they like walking, but probably it's because they cannot afford the other means. Thank you.
Any other?
Thanks so much for the presentations. I have a general question about the Morocco case. So there was one point in the presentation where you mentioned that some of the villagers are resisting these forms of transformation. And I wanted to invite you to talk a little bit more about how they're resisting, what exactly they're resisting, and based on your work and querying them, what are some of the things that these villagers desire? What do they want to see in the transformations of their rural space and integration into urbanization? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other last question? Last question. Yes.
Sorry, just a follow-up question to what my colleague, to the question he posed earlier. So concerning the Matatu, I think I've been into the Matatu once, and I think they convey a large number of people. So if you are looking at operating a sustainable city that is kind of like with lesser emission, I'm thinking, have we done a sort of assessment if the Matatu, I think technically Matatu can take a passenger that maybe like 10 or 5 vehicles can take immediately, right? So I'm thinking, if you are even at replacing Matatu, are we looking at options like maybe like replacing them with CNG buses? I mean, buses with lesser emission. Other than that, are there other plans in place?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those were very technical questions. And we have experts here. This one is from Japan, right? Then all the answers you have. Please be quick. We are giving you 1 minute, 2 minutes to finish because there is another session coming.
Okay. So I'll touch on the Matatu question. So in the presentation, what I actually talked about is having a reform, a public transport reform of the existing. So it would mean that the existing Matatus, you would go through a process with them, because that's something that we're also trying to do even as we engage with Namata, for example, here in Nairobi. So it's having that transport, it's going through a transport reform with them, where we are not telling them that they are being replaced. That's not the idea. No, let me
let me correct that. So the idea is that they're supposed to come in within this new system. So it's looking at a more formal system of public transport, bringing them on board, actually giving them better experiences. Because as we said, instead of the driver thinking of, oh, I have to go so many rounds to get my due, now they are salaried, they have even benefits, staff benefits. So it's giving them a better system for them, individually already. Then that also giving through better fleets, so that now the capacities are bigger, now instead of a matatu, a dilapidated matatu, you're now having you're having big buses, that are able to take up huge capacities. So it's also improving the capacity, of public transport means within a given area. And that also, of course, has a benefit to the users, because even the users, it's also encouraging easier commute. And also, it also trickles down to a fairer price in terms of them being able to commute. And then that now tackles down into a very, a change of the institutional framework, so that it's now, they are working together with the government. You have a collective, because the idea is even to bring all these associations, as has been mentioned, because there are so many. It's to bring them on board into fewer associations, like 3, and then they actually are able to invest, within this formal transport system. And maybe that also, if I can say, the question you asked about the traffic jams, I think I'm not too sure. I will not say that I have been in Kisumu for too long to experience that, but I would suspect that maybe in certain given areas there might be, especially within the CBD itself, and that's why we are trying to have a better public transport system, and also to improve the quality. Because when I talked about the women, I was not referring to the fact when I referenced that they are more users in terms of percentage, to non-motorized transportation and public transport. It is that they need this transport to move around. Hence, it needs to be of good quality, and the transport needs to be inclusive to be able to encourage them and give them better facilities to be able to commute. Because as we say, a man's trip is from point A to B, and that's a straight line.
Yes.
A woman's trip is like this, before you get to B.
Yes,
But how do you make that a smooth and inclusive accessibility journey and experience for them?
Yes. Thank you very much, Maureen. As you conclude, I just wanted to summarize by saying that, Kisumu city is becoming a smart city. So that is actually why you're proposing your plan.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know the day has been good. And as we sum up, we can prolong this as we go to our cocktail. And thank you very much, my panelists.
Don't worry.
Okay, so very quick, because there's another activity right now.
Very quick, very quick. Just on why locals resist, or how, or what are they looking for? Actually, just to contextualize, the governments are given alternatives, residential alternatives for those people. Yes, the missing point is that there is no alternative activities. So they are losing farming activities, but without other alternatives. This is the essence of the problem, and maybe we can talk more later about it. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have run out of time. So at this time, there's another activity for the hotel, so different to ours. So we need to wrap up, unfortunately. So I apologize for this, but we have started late. And also, I know we love talking, so that's good. But this is why we're here. But let's continue our discussion informally at the pool for our cocktail. And then so there's one video recording that I was supposed to play now, but we haven't played. So it's gonna be first thing in the morning. And the panel that was also supposed to come after this. So we'll reschedule that tomorrow, okay? So let's be on time instead of starting at 8:30. But we'll start at 8 just because we want to catch up time. Otherwise, they'll kick us out tomorrow at 6 p.m. like today. Okay. Okay, so let's go. We'll continue to the pool. I want to thank you all for being very strong and also for a very productive day. And let's give ourselves a big applause by when we're wrapping up our day. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's park our stuff. As I said, that the hotel has another function now. I do apologize. So let's get our stuff and let's go straight to the pool for our cocktail. Okay? Good.
Hello, Tonton. Is there anybody here?
I'm here. Yes, I am.
Okay. Is there any delay for the session, next session? Shall we wait for the next session?
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
So could you please give some information? I didn't understand.
Can you speak in French, please?
Yeah.
Are we leaving now?
Okay.
Is there anybody there who can give some information?
Is there someone